Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Rami.
Good to see that you have the Zoom room going. That means I can shut down the backup Jitsi. Go ahead and exit there. All right, that's done. Good afternoon, Abhishek. How's your Saturday been so far?
Good.
You staying up maybe to visit your friend and his father? Is his father still living?
What?
You've been writing to me about your friend's father.
Not good.
When was the last time you received an update?
On Wednesday.
Wednesday? Okay. And maybe some other things have upset you.
Yeah.
Listen,
What your mother said?
she said all sorts of things. Right now, she's hopefully going to sleep because I don't think she slept through the night. But that's separate.
Welcome, Sonny.
Hello. Who is this?
So, hi, Sunny. This is Rami. The
Hi.
person who welcomed you is Jairo. He's the host to this Zoom group.
Oh, okay. I'm still in bed. I just
Well, good for
woke up.
you.
I just looked at my clock and I said, "Oh my goodness."
Yes. Well,
Uh, it's,
you're actually very in line with our host, Jairo, who only just opened up the room a couple of minutes ago.
oh, okay,
You're in
okay,
good company.
okay.
The reason
Uh,
why most of us have our cameras off is because, except for Abhishek, who's in Uttar Pradesh, it's
ah,
still early. It's still relatively early for us.
yeah. I actually put the alarm for much earlier, 6, I believe, and then I went back to sleep.
Good for you. Good for you. I'm glad that you're able to. I had to get up and put air in the tire to my car. I need to go later after the tire shop opens,
Mm,
get a new tire, but I think I might try to take a nap first
mm.
because I had to pick up a friend and deliver him to work. He's working overtime today at the construction site that
Ah, okay,
I'm
okay.
doing. I decided to take today off because it's my first week, and I did startup weekend
Yeah,
last
yeah.
weekend, and I need to let my the soft tissue above my right ankle heal
Mm,
before I go doing work walking that site again.
yeah.
Wow, did you work a whole week?
I did Monday through Friday, and before that, I worked from Friday night through Sunday night on a different thing. So it's been very active. And then I started my morning this morning maybe at 3:19 a.m. or something like that. I had my shower done by 4:30 in the morning, and I got the air pumped into the tire. Then I left a little bit after 5 and picked up my friend, delivered him to the work site, and then I came home. And I'm charging the my electric air pump. It'll take 3 to 5 hours to charge, and then I'll pump up the tire some more and go over to Good Tire on the East Colonial Drive and here in Orlando and see if they can give me some sort of matching used tire. That's my agenda for the day. Oh, and there's a Zoom I'm supposed to host between a couple of members of one of the teams that presented over the weekend and Abshek. If he's still into attending that meeting, 7:30 p.m. his time, 10 a.m. our time. Or they can set up their own. I've emailed them details with a site where they can video conference using Jitsi. Did anyone have any interesting dreams?
Oh, wow. I had, I, I, I remember dreaming something, but now I've forgotten it.
I'm sorry, that's a kind of a question that's probably best made early before talking about some of the other details. Do you remember an image or a sight or a sound or anything at all?
No,
That's okay. Nature of life. It's water under the bridge. Time passed.
no. When we're sleeping and when we're dreaming, and we don't know that we're dreaming most of the time, except maybe some people who are training themselves to become lucid dreamers. And so from dreaming to waking up in the regular world where we might still be dreaming,
Yes.
with that transition, we go from we don't know we're dreaming and we wake up and we see, oh, I was dreaming. But the other way around, from being awake to falling asleep to then dreaming, how come we don't know that we were awake and now we're dreaming most of the time? Or maybe we do, and then for a little while, and then we wake up and forget about the dream.
Are you saying that we're living more than one existence?
Hmm. So I was, I was gonna say to myself before falling asleep, okay, I'm falling asleep, I'm falling asleep. Now I'm asleep. Okay, now I'm dreaming. So that, so maybe if I say before falling asleep, I am dreaming, I am dreaming, I am dreaming, and then I fall asleep, and then I wake up in a dream, or I'm start dreaming. Hopefully, I will be still saying I am dreaming, I am dreaming, and then I might say to myself, "Oh wait, I am dreaming! Wow!"
Please get back to this idea in future episodes. I want to know how successful you've been, and then what happens if you remember anything after the fact. Do you have any distinct memories of um, being in a dream lucidly?
Oh, one time, a few days after my mother passed away, I did have a dream, and I was with my mother. And and then I realized, hey, I'm talking and doing things with my mother. Well, she looked very young. Well, I imputed on that figure that she was my mother. And then I thought to myself in the dream, oh, wait, that's my mother. I must be dreaming. And then I realized I was dreaming. And then, okay, now let's look at our arm. See if I can see color in my arm. Or, hmm, it looks like my arm. And there's color in this dream. Hmm. and I
Hello.
woke up, but I don't remember what I was talking with my mom in the dream. It's like we were going shopping or something.
Cool. Well, that's helpful that you saw her in a younger form.
Yeah. She looked
Yes,
like
Abhishek.
she looked like she was about
How are you?
40 years old.
I am very tired. Today is a day of rest for me. But I'm open to listening to others. And Jairo, if you start hearing me snore, you have my explicit prior permission to mute my microphone.
Okay, and then before you snore and start sleeping, just repeat to yourself, "I am dreaming. I am dreaming." That way, if you go into a dream state, then you'll remember that you are dreaming and see what that's like.
I'll try to remember doing that. Thank you, Jairo. So what's on your mind, Abhishek?
What? I'm fixing cooler.
Oh, that's right. You mentioned earlier in the week that you were working on fixing the cooler. What's the temperature there today? It seems pretty hot from your live video from earlier.
When you scheduled meeting,
10, but you might have to set it up yourself through Jitsi if I'm falling asleep by then. I sent an email to you and Brittany and Daniel. So it's supposed to occur 7:30 p.m. your time in 2 hours 20 minutes.
what if I do delay for 1 hour because I'm going to temple?
Oh, you'll be at Temple from 7:30 to 8:30?
Maybe I will come back at 8 or 8:30 p.m.
Well, how far away is the temple from where you're living?
10 kilometer.
And you're taking your motorcycle?
It takes around 1 hour.
Okay. Well, if you want to meet after Temple at 8:30, then update the email that I sent out probably less than an hour ago, and let them know that you want to do it starting from what would that be, like 8:30 p.m. or 9 p.m. your time, which would be for us either 11 or 11:30 a.m. here in Florida or in the Eastern U.S. time zone. We have one member here who's joining us from New York. His name is Sonny. He and I met in another meetup Zoom. I believe he's a professor of some subjects at a college in New York.
Wow.
Yes.
Professor in New York State or New York City?
Well, he may be away from his device at the moment, but
Yeah, I'm actually from Virginia Beach, Virginia, Gerald.
oh, okay. My mistake. I thought you were in New York, so
Well, actually, the time zone is New York.
yeah. Right, we're all in the same time zone. We may have a regular who joins us from Toronto, also in the same time zone, although we're in different longitudes.
Yeah, most times Zoom it shows up as New York,
Yes. So Virginia Beach, Virginia. How often do you go to the beach?
Uh that's a good question. Uh I wish I could go more often. I don't, unfortunately. Um,
What would
eh,
prevent you from going there today?
why?
What would prevent you from going there today?
Crowds. There's so many people from out of town, right? So it's a tourist spot, and so you have a lot of locals don't normally
Hello,
go.
hello.
Can you hear me?
Sunny, from which region you are from in India?
Yes, I'm from Chennai.
Chennai, Tamil Nadu.
Yes, Abhishek.
Wow, good.
Where are you from?
If you don't mind, can I know why you leave India? Why you left the country India and settled to the country,
In the US?
yeah, in US?
Yeah. When I was in college, um, I didn't have any interest to come to America because a lot of people wanted to come to America, and so I wanted to do just the opposite. I was
Wow.
young. I was in my 20s, and I said I'll never go to India. I mean, never go to the US. There is a saying, never say never,
Mhm.
because that's what will happen to you, and that's exactly what happened to me. It's a long story, but one of the professors who came from the US to my college was very influential in getting me to the US. He influenced me so strongly. I want because of him. I came to the US. Yeah.
How long have you been in the US, may I ask?
Yeah, I came in 1990.
Oh, more
Uh,
than 36 years?
yes. Uh-huh. So I
Wow.
I came in
Did you
1990 with my
did you
wife
miss
and my
India?
mom. Huh?
Did you miss India?
Yes, yes, I do
Did
miss
you miss
India, but
Indian culture, Indian society, Indian traditionals?
I now have lived in more years in India than I ever lived in more years in the US than I ever lived in India. I was
Yeah, I know.
28
Maybe your
years.
age is 50 years. Maybe
No,
your age is 15 years and you live 36 years in US and
yes,
maybe 20
yes,
years in India.
yes, yes, yes.
Wow.
So this is home for me, but I miss India. Yes, I miss the family and friends and the food. Yeah, I do miss that. But the first 5 years when I was in the US, I thought we will go back. My wife and I will go back after my education. So we never bought anything. We used to say, "Oh, we can't take it back, so let's not buy it." So we will never buy things which we cannot take back to India. After then something very very strange happened. I don't know whether you believe in future telling. Do you believe in that, Abhishek? If
What
somebody
is
tells
that
you the
called?
future, huh?
What is that called? Fortune telling? No. Predictions? No.
Predictions. It's more predict.
Astrology?
Huh?
Pro-
Sorry, I missed what you said because my friend calls me. Can you please repeat?
Yeah. So basically, sometimes some people have certain abilities to tell the future.
Psychology
Not
and
psychology. They can tell the
psycholo
future. They
no,
can tell.
psychic. Psychic.
astrology, horoscope.
Yeah, it is something like psychic, but they have the ability to tell the future. It is through spiritual means. They're able to
Oh,
tell the future.
They talk to a spirit, or they use some looking through a crystal.
No, they don't look through a crystal. They somehow have connection to the other world, and they will be able to kind of give you some insight of the future. So
Wow.
this man, he said that this is what he told. He said that you're not going to go back to India, and
No, no.
somebody is going to come and work some papers for you. This is another man. The first man said you're not going to go back to India. You're going to be in the U.S. And so my wife and I were confused. She said, "How is that possible? Our visa will expire, then we have to go back." You know. So
Okay.
we were confused, and then another man said that he also was said the same thing. He said that he gives some additional details. He said in 30 days somebody will come and work out some papers for you, and that happened. All those things happened. Somebody from Dallas, Texas, visited Virginia
Wow.
Beach, and it's a long story with a lot of details. But he offered to apply for the green card.
Okay.
So
Uh,
that is how I that's my the story. This happened many years ago.
if you don't mind, can you please guide me from your journey? What should I do in, for choosing my career options?
Well,
Currently,
I think
I am pursuing Bachelor of Technology degree in Computer Science and Engineering
where are you pursuing that?
in Prayagraj United College of Engineering.
Where is that?
Prayagraj situated in Uttar Pradesh.
Uttar Pradesh. Okay, okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
I think the most
So
important thing is, are you a spiritual person?
my uncle is astrologer and
Ah,
Vedic priest.
ah. No, personally, are you a spiritual person? You believe in a God?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Okay, so that is good. I think you need to pray to God and say, God, show me the future. And sometimes He can show you the future through dreams. Like I know Rami has dreams and others have dreams. Sometimes He will speak to you through dreams, He will guide you, He will show you. Do you read scriptures, sacred scriptures?
Okay.
Do you,
Bhagavad Gita.
do you read anything?
I read Gita. I read
Gita.
Ramayan.
Ah, beautiful.
And uh, I read little bit novels.
Have
I
you
read
have
some
you
books.
have you read other sacred books?
The New Testament.
You're beautiful. Yeah, yeah,
I read some more religion books
yeah,
like
yeah. I can personally tell you that I got a lot out of reading the New Testament.
The Sermon on the Mount.
Sermon on the Mount, and also other stories, the parables, the stories are told. A lot. There are around 40 parables in the New Testament. So those parables have certain stories in it, and those stories have very deep meaning. You cannot read the story one time and understand it fully. So you got to read it again and again and again, and then messages will come to you. And one messages come to you, you have to follow the guidance, that message which is coming to you, and so that will kind of help you in a right direction.
Wow. How did it help
what
you?
is your profession?
How did it help you, Sonny?
Well, I don't know where to start. There are so many different helps. Like there is one story about the prodigal son. Have you heard of the prodigal son? It's a very famous story.
Is
Uh,
that where the son goes away, runs away
correct,
from home,
correct,
and
correct.
then comes back, and the father
Yeah,
is not angry but very welcoming, and
yes,
the other
correct,
sons are kind of jealous. Why are
correct,
you treating him
correct.
so well?
Yes, correct. See, the big story from that message is that just because you're a religious person and you go to church or you go to temple or mosque does not really help, because you can be the older son who's part of the temple, who's part of the church, who's part of the mosque, or part of any kind of religious group. So, if you're an older son and who is connected with those things, it is of no use because you don't know the heart of God. The younger son, he took action. He did the wrong thing, yes. But then when he returned, instead of coming back to the church or to the mosque or the temple, he came to the heart of the Father. He had a relationship with the Father. So the question to us is, are you a member of a religious community, or are you connected with God? There is a difference. The older son, the younger son, though he did the wrong thing, when he came back, he first came to the Father. The relationship with the Father was more important than being a member of a religious community. That is the message. There is more messages which you can get from that
Ah,
story, and so that is so important. So Abhishek, on a personal level, you don't have to tell anybody. It is a personal thing. It's a private thing. You, on your own, you need to have long conversations with God
through meditation.
through meditation and even conversation. Meditation, there is no conversation. Sometimes you are just quiet in meditation. But conversation is like how you're talking to me right now. You're asking questions, we're having a conversation. You can do the same thing in God.
Ah,
Sometimes people think that you're talking to yourself. But no, nobody needs to hear that. Like somebody was asking me, do you go to the beach? If I go to the beach, I can be in a quiet place. I can walk in a quiet place. If there is no crowds, usually there's a lot of crowds. That's why I don't go to the beach. There is another beach here, which is in the back. It's called Back Bay. It's called Sandbridge. There are two other beaches. Those beaches are much quieter. I sometimes go there and I pray, which is talking to God. I ask questions, and then thoughts will come into my head, and that is like God talking to me. So I have this conversation with God, and so you can start practicing that, Abhishek, if you're not doing that. So go to a quiet
Okay.
place instead of just meditating. You can start having a conversation, and which
Yeah,
will
I went to Ghat. There is very quiet place. I went
ah
to Ghat on every evening,
ah
and I do meditation for
wow
30
wow
minutes.
wow wow. But how do you have conversation also?
To whom?
Meditation is different, conversation is different. Do you do conversation also?
No.
Okay, so this is something new you can start. You can start having a
Okay.
conversation with God. In other words, you can ask, well, show me, give me some guidance, what I should do to after my studies, what should I do? How can I move to the
Okay.
right place? Give me some guidance.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Sunny.
ah, and when did you, Sonny, begin your conversations with God?
Well, my first conversation with God was in the age of 14. At the
Wow.
at the age of 14, I'm in my early 60s now.
Ram is sleeping.
What?
Ram is sleeping.
Yeah, Rami's
Rami,
sleeping. Yeah.
Rami, you're
And
dreaming.
Sunny,
You are
do you
dreaming,
want to
Rami.
know about my agency?
Yes.
I am founder and Hiro is co-founder.
Ah, tell me about your agency.
Okay, thank you. Last year in August, I started my own web development and graphic design agency. That's name is Abhinova, Abhinova.
Ah, fantastic.
So so I
He
I
got a
made to
talent.
Hiro and we plan to start the agency. Then we create website for our agency. Then I create website for Hiro to sell book, HiroZone.com.
Wow.
And he got a gig for a website for Dawn, Dawn,
Huh.
and she's very spiritual, and she is starting a business uh, to like a spa kind of place, but offering different services from offered by different people that kind of come together in a big house.
Huh.
Like somebody might do this, somebody might do Reiki, somebody might do massage, somebody might do virtual,
Wow.
whatever.
So, Abhishek, you
Abhinova,
have people
uh,
working for you?
what?
You have people working for you? You have.
Yeah, I have a developer team of more than 10 developers,
Okay.
and I have 5 person in marketing team and 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 3 person in management team. The three
Wow.
person is the first one is me, the second one is Hiro, and the third one is Remy.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the first one is Sunny.
Huh?
Sunny.
Wow.
Who said that?
Oh, that was God.
Oh, Gyro, Gyro. You're funny, Gyro.
What's
uh,
what's what's your last name, Sunny?
My last name is Matthew.
What? That
Matthew.
doesn't sound
Why
English.
Matthew?
Yeah.
Why not something related to Indian religion?
Well, that was my given name. My father's name is Matthew too.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Your
The
father
last name is
lived in
Matthew?
USA?
No, he lived in the Kuwait and Saudi Arabia.
Oh,
Wow.
Uh,
he's doing fuel
Uh,
business.
he's like an
you know,
American?
no, no, no. He's not American. He is Indian. He's from Kerala, state of Kerala.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your mother?
My mother's also from Kerala
Then why you said you are from Chennai?
because that's where I was born.
Oh, okay.
So my dad and mom they lived in Chennai, and I was born in
So
Chennai. Yeah.
so Sunny, if you need any support, any uh, website, you can contact to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Put your information in the chat, so I will save
Do you
that.
know? Do you have contact information of Hiro?
Yeah. No, I don't have contact
Oh,
information of Chairo. I have contact information of Rami.
do you
Okay,
use
let
what?
me.
Do you use WhatsApp?
Yes, I do use WhatsApp.
Oh,
Can you
okay.
please share your WhatsApp number?
Yeah, it's 757-412.
Just a second.
Hold on,
Just a
before you
second.
add the entire
Country
number,
code?
let me state that this is being live streamed to YouTube. So you might want to place it in the private chat. That does
Oh,
not get
Oh,
included.
yeah, correct, Rami, correct. Don't speak, just write on chat
okay.
because it is live stream in YouTube. It might
Okay.
be
Oh,
risky. It might be risky. Your
And
contact
because
information going to be leaked.
yes, Russians
Oh,
like to visit my channel.
Rami is sleeping in sub uh, in
No, no,
subconscious.
He's dreaming.
Yes.
He's still dreaming.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Oh, then God sent response to Remy that say to Sunny, don't speak his number, otherwise it is going to be risky.
Wow.
Scammers may uh,
And these are live archives,
leak
so
his number.
go back and
God
stuff.
woke up
Good,
Rami.
good, good judgment, Rami. Thank you.
Okay, I'll see if I can go back to sleep now again.
Okay.
And wake up when we need you.
Let's see.
The, in India, where you live, they have beaches, Sunny.
Mm,
Yes,
yeah,
yes. I
in
grew up in,
Kerala there are too much beaches, but in
yes.
Chennai I don't think so.
Yeah, Chennai, in Madras, we have the second longest beach in the world.
Uh,
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
called Marina Beach. Marina Beach.
Oh, okay.
It's just very long beach. You know, it goes all the way to Mahabalipuram.
Do,
That's a total
uh,
different section.
do you remember being on the beach
Oh
when you
yes,
were young?
many times,
Mm.
many times. Yeah.
And did you get in the water
Oh
and get
yes,
bit
yes.
by sharks?
No sharks. We don't have sharks in. I haven't seen any sharks in the ocean here. Yeah, I guess
Oh,
they
and
get eaten, and so they don't come.
you didn't see any sharks in India, in India's beaches, but
No,
maybe in Virginia's you do.
Virginia, I've seen. Yes. Hmm.
And did you
I send my contact information.
Okay.
and what in India? Uh, what kind of religion did you learn? I guess something from Hinduism.
Well, actually,
Sanskrit?
my dad was not really. Well, he was part of the. It's called the Syrian Orthodox Christianity.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're
Like Thomas went to India and he
correct. Yeah.
wow.
So he was more connected with that. But my mom was Roman Catholic in background.
Wow.
So that's my mom's religion, and my dad's was more Syrian Orthodox. So I had both experiences.
Wow. Do they use in Syrian Orthodox, do they have the Bible in Aramaic? Maybe?
No, they use Malayalam
Oh, for India
because
they use Malayalam.
yes. So my dad and mom, they were more involved in Malayalam, which is this language of Kerala, right? So they went to Malayalam churches, and so that's my. So I don't know Malayalam because I know more Tamil than Malayalam because I grew up in Chennai. And so and at in high school and even before that learned Hindi. So
Sunny?
I can't speak Hindi, but I can read Hindi. So-
Wow,
Uh, do
that
you know
makes
Sanskrit?
no,
Abhishek
I don't. I don't know Sanskrit. Yeah.
Abhishek
So
teach you
uh,
Hindi.
yeah. So I'm not very good in languages. So the Malayalam I don't know. Tamil I know little because I grew up in Chennai. So the only language I know is broken English.
Wow. It sounds good, English.
Yeah, so that's the only language I know. And so yeah, when I came to the US to study, um I it was helpful. I still remember we used to submit the papers in written form, not through the internet. It was 1990s, and then slowly internet
Ah,
came into existence.
but when you came to the U.S., you could speak adequate English to survive.
Yes, yes, you're right.
Sunny,
Ah,
I'm planning to start my own startup. Do you want to know about that?
Yes, yes. Please.
Okay, Haro, you are going to elaborate, or should I start?
he's got he's got too many ideas.
Wow.
But but I did not able to implement a single of them
Ah,
due to less funds.
ah.
Lack of funds, startup money,
And no investors.
no investors. But
I don't know how to pitch
Sonny
deck
is
of my
okay.
idea.
Sonny is a billionaire. Don't worry. Sonny will send you a few $1 million.
How do you know that, Jero?
Because you are connected to God.
I
So
hope.
you are billionaire in you are the world most richest person because you are connected to God.
Which is so true, which is so true. But I'm still looking for the billions. I can't find it.
Oh, you have to
So
come
I'm
to
going to
Bangkok.
elaborate my idea.
Aha.
Okay,
Ah,
okay,
I'm listening.
okay. Hello, should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Problem. mm, just a second. Let me find my PPT. Are you able to see screen?
Yes.
My screen?
No. Oh.
You're not able to see my screen? Oh,
Uh
let me share
y-
my
y-
screen
yeah, you need to share your screen for me to see it. I don't see it.
now.
It's yes, it's coming. Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Ah,
So
beautiful.
my that's the presentation slide of my idea.
Huh.
So the name of my idea is rent anything. Why buy when you can rent?
Wow.
I'm planning to create a platform, a hyper local sharing economy platform
Uh-huh.
connecting owners and renters in your city.
Huh.
The problem
Huh.
in idle assets, expensive items, cameras, bike, tools sit unused 90% of the time, locked away in homes. Very costly to buy. Temporary needs should not require permanent purchases. Buying is expensive, wasteful, and impractical. No local trust layers. No verified convenient platform exists for local hyperlocal rentals, especially in tier 2 Indian cities.
Hmm.
Solution: a peer-to-peer rental marketplace built for your neighborhood. You can list anything. Owners
Hmm.
earn passive income on idle assets.
Hmm.
Rent affordably.
Hmm.
Renters access what they need at a fraction of the purchase price.
Hmm.
Safe and verified.
Hmm.
ID checks, deposit in app payments create trust on both sides.
Hmm.
How it works: uh, list item, then browse. then book and pay, then use it, then return and review.
mm,
A seamless end-to-end experience from listing to return,
mm,
designed for speed, trust, and simplicity on mobile.
mm,
Market opportunity.
mm,
A $50 billion plus market barely scratched in India.
mm,
The sharing economy is a proven global model. India's rental market is fragmented, offline, and ripe for disruption, starting big city by city.
mm,
Global TAM 50 billion plus. India SAM 5 billion plus. And city level SOM is 50 million. Who we serve? Student need laptops, bike, and gear, but aren't or on a tight budget. They are on a tight budget, so they are not able to purchase laptops, bikes, expensive bikes and gear. So they may able to rent. They may able to take the items on rent, and they can return after doing their work. Freelancers, short-term project needs without long-term equipment cost.
mm,
Creators, photographers and videographers renting pro-grade gear by the day. Urban youth, mobile-first millennials who prefer access over ownership. Business model, multiple revenue streams from day one. Commission 10 to 20% taken on every completed transaction, no listing fees for owners. Featured listing, premium placement for owners who want maximum visibility. Subscription, monthly plans for power renters and frequent listers. Go-to market strategy. Campus first, direct outreach at colleges in Lucknow where rental demand and peer trust are highest.
mm,
Social and reels. Viral content on Instagram and YouTube Shorts showcasing real rental stories. Referral engine. Incentivized a refer a friend program driving organic low-cost user growth. Influencer partnerships, micro-influencer in tier 2 cities amplifying trust and discoverability. Financial projection, 5-year outlook. In first year, we are going to earn $10,000. Then in second year, we are going to earn more than $200,000. In third year, in fifth year, we are going to earn more than 5 million plus dollars.
mm,
Start lean in Lucknow, we scale city by city reaching. Then we are going to expand it nationally across India, 100 plus tier 1 and tier 2 cities. So the ask, seeking $25,000 for so in that fund, I use 40% for tech, for app development, for backend, for infrastructure and security. And
mm,
30% of fund I use in marketing, campus outreach, influencer campaigns, and paid
mm,
social media ads, Google ads, and 30% for operations, city launch, logistics, onboarding, and team building.
mm,
We are turning a news item into income, one rental at a time.
mm.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Very good.
You
This
want to
is
say something?
yeah. This is like what they do, like rental properties. Like what is that called? Airbnb. You know,
I
but
don't know.
Airbnb. You can check that.
Okay,
Airbnb is people who rent a part of their home or the entire home for
okay,
people to come and stay. So Airbnb, you can rent to stay in a place instead of going renting a room in a hotel.
Okay.
Sometimes it's very cheap. I've done this few times. So if I'm going to a particular city, I will go to the app, Airbnb app, and I'll put the name of the city, and then it'll show different properties which are being listed for one
Okay.
night, a room or
Okay.
the entire house, and then you book, and then when you leave, you have to make sure you keep the place clean because they will rate you as people who are renting. If the house owner does not give you a good grade, next time when you rent a property, then nobody will
Decrease the
be,
price.
huh?
Decrease the price?
Not decrease the price. You won't be able to get the approval. You can't get rental.
No. Oh no.
So you like see that is a very good way because most people when they use a rental property, they don't treat it well because it does not belong to them. So they don't treat it well. So if you rent a property through Airbnb and if you don't treat the property well, then you get a low rating. So sometimes when you want to rent a property, you have to request. You have to put a request in. And so the person who is renting will look at your grade. If you have a low grade, then they will not respond to you. So you won't be able to rent. So it is so the renter has to make sure they treat the property they're renting very well. So they need to have high grade. I have a very high grade because when I rent a property, I make sure it is very clean. I do all the required things before I leave. So then they give me high grade in terms of as a renter. You haven't heard about it, Abhishek? Are you there, Abhishek?
Yeah, I'm there.
Have you heard about this Airbnb?
Yeah, I just search on Google and I understand how they work.
Right. Yeah, so this is a very interesting concept. So if you can read up some reviews about it, how they operate, because
Okay.
because most people because they don't treat properties well, right? If they rent something from you, they may not treat whatever they're renting well, and so when you return it, the person who rented will get a grade based on the quality of the product when they returned. So if the person
Okay.
who gets a low grade, then nobody will be able to rent it from
Oh no.
through your company.
Okay.
So it is
Okay.
a. It's like even in you heard of Uber, right? Uber.
Yeah, I know, I know, I know.
Yeah, same thing.
If
Even
if
Uber.
the feedback of the driver is bad, then they are not able to drive ride their vehicle in Uber.
Right, but then even if they put it reverse, even if they put the renter or the person who is renting the vehicle, if they get a low rating, then you won't get be able to get a Uber ride.
Wow.
So they don't have that in Uber and Lyft, but in Airbnb they have that.
Do you know Airbnb Hiro?
Tell me again.
Um,
I'm
I
asking to Hiro.
A little bit.
Okay. Amy, are you there?
Oh, Sonny, where did you go? When you used Airbnb the last time?
The last time we went to Shenandoah Valley, that's in,
Wow.
yeah, that's in the mountains. Um, yeah.
Uh, Tennessee or what?
No, Shenandoah Valley in Virginia.
Oh,
Yeah,
that-
yeah, the Blue Ridge Mountains, right?
oh, that's very beautiful.
Yeah, so before that, I went to DC and I forget where else. Oh, then I went one time to North Carolina.
North Carolina?
Yeah, so these are the three
Okay.
places I went to. Let me check my web Airbnb account. Um,
And the next one will be Florida.
yes, yes, and I can come and see Jairo and Rami.
Yes, I live
When you come India,
Yeah,
Orlando, Florida.
yeah. So
how
the last
long how long did you know Remy?
I've known Remy for probably a few months now, and I'm just meeting Jairo and Abhishek
Ah,
today. Today, first time.
First time?
Yes,
You joined this meeting first time?
first time. Yes.
ah.
Okay. So what's your opinion for my idea?
Very good idea. Yeah, very good idea. The biggest thing is most people they have this special uh, desire to own a thing more than renting.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah,
but
but
many of them are not able to purchase.
yeah, that is why they have a concept to rent to
In
buy.
India,
Have
in
you heard?
India,
Uh,
Rent to
India, most of the businesses run on this theme.
yeah, but do you know another concept called rent to buy?
rent to own.
Rent to own. Yes.
Oh, so purchase items and give items on rent.
No, what happens is like if people because they don't have the money to own, they they break it into payments so they can start renting. But if they continue making payments, they can eventually own the item. Did you hear? Did you understand what I said, Abhishek?
Yeah, yeah,
So, what do you think about that idea?
good.
So, those are that is where your competition is going to be, Abhishek. Your competition is there are people like, for example, a computer. You're saying you're going to rent it, say, for $100, right? And if the price of the computer is $1,000, then what happens is if they pay $100 to rent it, if you tell them, hey, if you make 9 more payments, that item which you rented, you can own it. So you're not only allowing people to rent it, but you're also giving them the opportunity to own it. I hope I'm helping you, Abhishek.
Okay, yeah.
So there are multiple ways to do this business, right? So you have to think about all the different options, and all you should also think about your competition. Maybe there are others who are having the same idea, but they might have a different angle to it. No,
Yeah,
so
maybe something unique. Someone
yeah,
planning something unique.
yeah. So if they say that you can rent to own, that will be more attractive. No. Jairo, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, what do you do, Jairo? Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Oh, Jairo Moreno. Born
Hello.
1959,
Wow.
Colombia, South America.
Okay.
The youngest of five. Wow. We came
Hello.
we came
Hello.
from Colombia to Florida
Ah,
in 1964.
wow.
Then we
Hello.
moved to Kentucky maybe in 1966.
Uh-huh.
Then I graduated from high school in 1978. Then
Ah,
I studied a little bit in a small college
ah,
for a year and a half, and then back to a big college.
ah.
And then I was not very good student, but good enough to well. I went to the U.S. Air Force to
Mm.
get some experience in electronics or something like that.
Ah.
Oh, but before that, upon entering the U.S. Air Force, they said, "Oh, if you take this language test and do well in it, you could get to go to Monterey, California, to
Huh.
learn defense language, to learn a language like Russian
Mm.
or Chinese,
Mm.
Arabic."
Mm.
To help spy on them, become a spy or something
Mm.
like that.
Mm. Mm.
And
Detective.
Monterey, California sounded very exciting.
Mm.
So I did that, but I was a bad student, so I got kicked out of the language Russian, and so I went back to electronics in the Air Force,
Mm.
and I ended up going to Biloxi, Mississippi, to
Mm.
learn about radar systems maintenance.
Mm.
Then, oh,
Radio.
one time they sent
Satellite.
me
Mm.
to Baffin Island in Canada to
Mm.
tear down a radar system. And
Mm.
another time they sent me to Puerto Rico to
Mm.
do something with a radar system.
Mm.
And then I got an opportunity to go overseas, and they
Mm.
sent me to Germany.
Wow.
Yay! And so I maintained equipment in Germany, and we played war games, and we dressed up like soldiers with big machine guns,
Chan-
and 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 uh,
Channi.
and set up a camp out
Huh.
in the
Channi.
woods,
Mm.
maybe once a year or
Mm.
twice a year. And then I sort of got kicked out of the Air Force,
Mm.
and then I went back to college, and I studied some more electronics engineering
Mm.
technology, and then I came down to Florida, to Orlando area, and then to Weston, that was farther south, like near Fort Lauderdale, and
Huh.
then I back to Orlando,
Huh.
and I've been working in sort of like an IT guy
Uh.
for a construction company.
Uh.
Hmm. Wow.
Wow. Wow. So
Scary,
you have
huh?
family?
Sunny. Sunny. Did you know? Before 2020, there is too much hype, too much growth of EC branch as compared to CS.
I don't know what you're referring to.
I'm saying before 2020, there are too much competition in EC, not in CS. EC stand for Electronics and Communication Engineering, and CS stand for Computer Science and Engineering.
Ah, interesting.
Before the AI era.
Ah,
So Sunny, can,
yeah.
what you think? Can you contribute something or invest something in my project?
Well, I'm still looking for my billions.
Oh no!
I still can't find it. I know,
Without investing, you can't earn billions. You can earn single dollars, but you
right,
can't earn billions without investing.
correct. So when I find it, I'll be able to, right?
Can you contribute to $500?
Not right now.
Hello,
Yeah, not right now.
hello,
Can you hear me?
hello.
So, Jairo, what about your family?
My family. Okay. My family
Yeah.
they're all from Colombia, and I'm the youngest, and they're the oldest, and they went on to create their own families, and I have not created my family.
Okay.
And let's see, and so let's see, my the oldest one.
Ah,
Oh, the oldest one, she passed away a few years
ah,
ago. But there's
ah.
a next oldest one is
Hmm.
my sister, and she's still alive.
Hmm.
And she created a family of a son and a daughter,
Hmm.
and the daughter has started her own family with lots of kids,
Hmm.
lots of daughters.
Hmm.
Three daughters, yeah. And then yes, oh, and the oldest daughter, uh, uh, my oldest sister that passed away, she created a family of two daughters. Oh, one of them is in New York
Hmm.
area, and the other one is in Colorado now. Started her family, just one kid.
Hmm.
And then let's see. Oh, and my brother, eldest brother, he's next up, and he started a family with two daughters, and then the next oldest is he started a company where I work at,
Hmm.
and where my brother works at too.
Hmm.
Or my so the two brothers actually work it,
Hmm.
but the expert is my brother Ivan. He got into construction, and so he started a construction company 25 years ago
Hmm.
in Central Florida. Mhm.
Hmm. Hmm.
And I do the IT for it, like
Beautiful.
uh, like
Beautiful. Hmm.
taking care of the software on the computers.
Hmm.
Like last night, I
Hmm.
installed some software on the
Wow.
computer, and I used AI to
Hmm.
guide me
Hmm.
because there were some issues were going on, and I
Hmm.
would ask AI, "Oh no, look at that! It's stuck. It froze. What should
Hmm.
I do?"
Hmm.
And it said, "Don't worry, just shut it down and start it again," and it
Hmm.
worked.
Wow. 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 So AI is a huge benefit. when it comes to these things, huh?
And and uh, and I am interested in India.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I interested in India?
Yes, yes.
Oh, oh, one time, was it 20 years ago? Maybe. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
there came an Indian guy, a like a guru,
Mm-hmm.
but not Hindu,
Mm.
more like Sikh.
Ah.
Sikh, and he came to town to Orlando,
Mm.
and he he got advertised in the like a little magazine, local magazine that
Mm-hmm.
advertises for people that do Reiki and Ayurveda and things like that. And he was
Mm.
advertised that he's a meditation master, and he come to his free lecture, and he will teach you the meditation of sight and sound, something like
Mm.
that.
Mm.
And so I went to it, and there were hundreds of people,
Mm.
and so I got initiated, and he said, "Oh, because if you want to learn the secret
Mm.
meditation of this and that, you have to promise to become vegetarian." And so I said, "Okay, I'll become vegetarian. This is a big no big deal."
Mm.
And so I became a vegetarian, and I learned the secret meditation and
Mm.
got initiated. And
Mm.
then one day, a
Mm.
few days after trying the meditation practice, I
Mm.
saw a light.
Mm.
So maybe that meditation is a way to unlock your third eye or something. And
Mm.
so I saw a light between my eyes, and I
Mm.
said, "What is that light?" And it looked like a flashlight. Maybe it
Mm.
looked like a moon,
Mm.
a moon. With my eyes closed, I would see a moon between my eyes. Wow!
Mm.
And that meditation included a mantra.
Mm.
I forgot the mantra, maybe I know 50% of it.
Mm.
Because I'm a bad student in practicing. I
Mm.
don't like to practice too much, so I don't get the advanced too much.
Mm. Mm.
And then,
Mm.
so that I learned that meditation a little bit. I
Mm.
also learned another meditation, and
Mm.
then I would go to the Hindu temple in Flor no the Hindu temple, yes,
Mm.
in Orlando area they have a
Mm.
Hindu temple. I would go there and
Mm.
learn something, and one day
Mm.
I found a book on
Mm.
how to paint Buddhas, how to paint enlightened beings. So I
Mm.
did a painting of a Buddha,
Mm.
and then that did something to my mind.
Mm.
It made me recognize Buddhas everywhere, and
Mm.
so I found a place that had that same
Mm.
kind of Buddha that
Mm.
I painted, and so I entered that. It was a like a Buddhist center, and
Mm.
then I said, "Oh, interesting." I want to learn more. So I kept coming back, and more and more
Mm.
became a regular student there. And
Mm.
so I learned about Buddhism there.
Mm.
But then I wondered, where did Buddhism come from?
Mm.
Then I investigated. Oh, it comes from India.
Mm.
Why India? What happened in India? And so I investigated more and more.
Mm.
And then I found a place where they teach Indian meditation and Indian stories,
Mm.
satsang, or
Mm.
they do what is it called, kirtan, and they sing and all that.
Mm.
And
Mm.
so I went to that,
Mm.
and and I connected with different teachers and stuff like that, and
Mm.
I studied the Bhagavad Gita
Mm.
and things like that.
Yeah.
Investigated more and more and more and more. Then I
Yeah.
also read a little bit about the New Testament also.
Mm. Mm.
Hmm.
You remind me of a gentleman by name Paul's Kingsnorth. He is based in England. So he was one of those people who was so much into environmentalism, vegetarianism, and also into Eastern religion. And he kept searching. He was quite interesting. And recently, he has become an Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox. It's part of the Romanian Church,
Wow.
Christian, and he has a very good story about how his journey. You know, he came full circle back to his roots. So it's very interesting how sometimes we go on this journey and then we come back to the roots. Uh, so if you're interested, I can send you some information on
Okay.
Paul's King's North.
Okay. Maybe
Uh,
maybe I could mm, type type my email address.
yes, please do that so I can email you.
Okay. There it is. Ah.
Fantastic. I'll copy that and I'll paste it so I can. Once I get off this call, I can uh, send you some information on Paul King's North. Beautiful.
Wow. And how and 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 where how did you meet your wife? I guess in
Well,
India?
yeah, so my first experience was at the age of 14. And
Wow.
then wi- with, with God. And then when I was 17, 18 is when I first met my wife,
Nice.
who, she was also 17, 18. And so she was a little more religious person compared to me those
Yeah.
days. And so, because of my experience at the age of 14, what she was talking about made a lot of connection for me.
Mm.
And so she helped me return back to my roots, because my father did not help me understand anything about religion or God or Christianity. So my wife, is the one who helped me reconnect. So, so your parents were all Christian or uh, Catholic or?
Mm. Yes. My mother, uh, Catholic, and my father, mm, maybe not so Catholic, just because he was busy becoming a professional in the medical arts. Like he got I guess graduated from medical school in Colombia and could practice in Colombia general medicine. Maybe he got a specialization of was it or he had to write a thesis on what was it? Was it heart or the breathing apparatus? I forget. Hmm, I forget. And then,
Hmm.
so he must have worked in Colombia. How many years?
Hmm.
Maybe 20 years in Colombia,
Hmm.
and got married they had the 5 children, and then he decided to send the family to Miami to
Hmm.
learn English,
Hmm.
and then but there were no there were lots of Cubans, so they didn't learn English, and
Hmm.
and then he sold everything in Colombia and came to look for work in Miami, but
mm,
couldn't find anything. Oh, and he had to study English
mm,
and pass an exam, a
mm,
board to be able to practice medicine.
mm,
So he couldn't do that. But then he found a place in Kentucky where he didn't have to pass the exam,
mm,
but they accepted him as a doctor and he could sign the prescriptions,
mm,
and the nurses knew what to prescribe the patients, and
mm,
they tell him, sign this. Oh, okay.
mm,
and
mm,
and he worked. That was at a mental hospital,
mm,
like they had people that needed to be sedated, I guess.
mm, mm, mm,
State hospital, Kentucky State Hospital
mm,
in out in the country.
mm,
It looked like a prison or something.
mm, 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 mm.
We actually lived there. It was
Yeah.
the family doctors lived there, or yeah, they hired several foreign doctors.
Mm, mm,
Seemed like, seemed like a little community of foreign doctor
mm,
families
mm,
living
mm,
there. So
mm,
the doctors from Cuba, from Turkey,
mm,
from
mm,
Mexico,
mm,
it's weird. And then and then
mm,
he went on to find work in Appalachian hospitals. Oh, like
mm,
Eastern Kentucky. They in Eastern Kentucky. Oh, he was able to get certified in how to mm, do a little bit of surgery, like take out bullets and things like that, and sew
mm,
people back up. So,
mm,
so he got a good gig
mm,
at in Eastern Kentucky
mm,
in hospitals called, they were called the Appalachian Regional Hospitals.
mm, mm,
I think the first one was, I think it was Hazard, Kentucky,
mm,
and the Pineville, Kentucky, and McDowell, Kentucky.
mm, mm.
Hmm.
Wow.
And then my mother didn't like living out in the mountains, so he got a condo in Lexington,
Mm,
Civilization,
mm,
Lexington, Kentucky.
mm, mm, mm. Yeah, yeah. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So, is anyone living or they all passed?
Oh, my mother passed away recently,
Mm,
and she passed away when she was 102, going on 103
mm,
last year.
mm,
And my father passed away 25 years ago,
mm,
26 years ago.
mm,
He lived to be 80, 89.
mm, mm,
And my oldest sister
mm,
lived to be 74, maybe. She
mm,
passed away
mm.
in 2018, I think.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
And my sister Sylvia, she's still
Mm,
alive. She's 76.
mm, mm,
She's
mm,
uh, she's uh, she's visiting her daughter in California right now.
mm, mm.
So I got the place to myself. I live with her, so she's got a nice place, but it's kind of too big. Maybe we should set it up for Airbnb or something like that. But
Yeah, you should. You should do that. Yeah. Now, tell me what experiences you have with the church, negative or positive?
mm, the church. Wow. Well, yeah, I grew up Catholic, so I remember going to, oh, so it's because it's Catholic and not too many Catholics in Kentucky, that they kind of by word of mouth found themselves. And I remember in Pineville, Kentucky, going to a class called catechism. So that was like the basic doctrines, and I kind of like that. and it was nice. And going to that a small group to that. Mm, and, and then in another part of Kentucky, there came there wasn't any more Catholic school in that part of Kentucky because it was very remote out in the Appalachian Mountains. But hmm, but I remember folks of the Jehovah Witnesses. They came around, I believe it was, and they would knock on the door and come in and sit and talk about the Bible and things like that. And so that made me think, oh, maybe I should study the Bible and see what that's about. But, yeah, in the eastern part of Kentucky, there wasn't a Catholic church to go to. Yeah,
Interesting.
but in the city, in Lexington, was there a Catholic church? Oh, my parents offered me, oh, do you want to go to Catholic school or go to public school? I chose public school. Well, it's cheaper.
Hmm.
But I felt, I don't know why you chose that. Maybe I felt that it would more 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 opportunity or more varieties of people. Maybe a Catholic church school would seem more closed, but maybe the education would have been better at a Catholic private school. Well, it was probably would be high school by then. But maybe. Oh, one time I went to live in Colombia
Uh-huh.
back when I was 12 years old, and
Uh-huh.
that's like a private school, and it was a bilingual school, and that was a big difference from Kentucky to Colombia. So the schooling seemed like a little bit better,
Mm.
and the students were more serious because it was kind of uniform, like a small school, and everybody wearing the same clothes, you know.
Mm.
They're serious about graduating from school and going on to college and things like that. So they were serious students,
Mm.
and the teachers were very good.
So I would say your experience would have been more like the older brother in the story of the prodigal son, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So the older brother was just a member of the house, but he had no experience of God.
hmm,
So that was similar to my father's experience also.
yeah,
My father's experience was he was like a social Christian. He
yeah,
just went because that was part of what is required of you.
mm, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
my father maybe was like that.
yeah.
My, my mother, what was my mother like?
Mm,
She Hmm. She wasn't too too well educated in Catholic. Yeah, just kind of going to church, but yes, doing all the things that you're supposed to do. But maybe more Catholic than my father.
mm, mm. Yeah, that is similar to my mother's experience also. Because I remember my mother going to prayer meetings, and when she returned from prayer meeting, my father and his friends will be on a Saturday morning, they'll be playing cards. and they will be having a lot of fun, and they'll immediately, when my mother comes into the house, they'll say, "Oh, the prayer lady is here. Let's hide our drinks, all the alcohol and all that." So we'll make fun of my mother. So my mother was more religious compared to my father. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah.
So you have never experienced God, but only religion. Am I right, Jairo?
Yes, I probably am more intellectual, more required me to study more and make it make sense
Mm.
and more difficult
Mm.
to be worshipful.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah. So for me, my experience is what changed everything for me. You know, it's there is a concept called God winks. Have you heard of it?
God winks.
Yeah. GODWINKS. God winks.
Like when you what you do with your eye.
Yes, 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 yes. So God winks. You can research on that. There is an author who has written a lot of books about it. He has gathered information over the years, stories of God winks, things which seems like a coincidence, but then because of the experience, it is a connection from the other world, from the divine. So for me, I have had so many God wings, which has led me to have a closer relationship with God
Mm.
than have connection with religion. See, religion is a, a practice. People form religions, right? They just come together and say, we have these rituals, these different meditations, these things we do. You chant, you meditate, you do this and that. And that forms a religious community. But then when you have an encounter with the divine, it is more transformative. It transforms you.
Mm.
And I have you heard the phrase death by a thousand cuts?
Death by a thousand cuts. No?
Okay, it is actually a very not so positive uh, torture and execution method used by the Chinese many years ago. They would slice you. It's like thousand cuts and then you die. That's an execution method. But
So you're
uh,
using it as a metaphor?
no, they really practice that.
But the idea can be used as a metaphor?
As Yeah, the idea can be used as a metaphor, but it has a literal practice of the past. So what I say is similar to death by a thousand cuts. For me, life or transformative experience came about through a thousand God wings. Does it make sense?
Mm.
So it's what seems like a coincidence. You wonder, hey, this is not a coincidence. It is more than a coincidence. It's probably God sending me a message.
Oh.
So whoever is listening to this recording, they need to look back and see, hey, have I had similar thousand experiences, which has led me to the realization of the divine.
Oh.
So similar to that, Jairo, I would encourage you to say, "Hey, God, give me 1,000 God wings and lead me to truth."
Oh. So I can talk to God and ask for some God wink. God
Yes,
wink.
yes, absolutely. And that's the same thing I was telling also Abhishek. He was talking about doing meditation. But then I said, have you had conversation? And he said, no. So meditation is good, but conversation is even better. So that way you will know who is talking to you. Otherwise, you will be confused. You said, I'm not really sure. Is it Buddha talking to me or is it someone else talking to me? There will be confusion. And so specify and ask God to reveal himself to you. And when you do that, you will experience a revelation. So
Mm.
tell me how it goes, Jairo. When we connect the next time, tell me how your experience went.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to, I know Abhishek is gone and Rami is probably sleeping still. And I'm going to sign off now. And hopefully I will join next Saturday.
Oh, next Saturday? How many more God winks will you have?
Who knows? Who
How
knows?
many how many will I have?
I don't know.
Or maybe I have them all the time, but
Yes,
I don't recognize them as God
yes,
winks.
yes. You're right. You're getting the idea. Thank you, Jairo. Nice meeting you.
Oh, thank you for
And say
I hope to
please,
see you again.
yes. And
Some
when Rami wakes up, tell him I'm gone.
Oh, you won't be.
wow. Rami had a God wink.
Yes.
Amen.
God, Rami. Thank you, Rami, for introducing me to this group. I enjoyed it so much. I will hopefully join next Saturday.
I
Thank
enjoyed
Okay,
I
take care.
enjoyed it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Rami, for bringing Sunny.
So, what time is it now, Hyro?
Wow, it's 9:07. Oh,
Wonderful. So much has already occurred. I feel like we could wrap up early if we wanted to.
wow.
But we still have regulars. Although
Mm.
I think maybe Joel had stated perhaps he was going to do some humanist meeting this week early. Or no, he was doing an in-person one with the Aurora Philosophy Institute in person. So
What's
he cannot join us this Saturday.
uh, what? How's your new job and how did it come about?
My new job's good. I'm being a helper with the mechanical uh, division. We're expanding the UCF football stadium with skyboxes. how it came about was that there was already skyboxes, and this is expanding them, making they're going sideways, north and south. The boxes are on the west side of the stadium, and I figure it's like maybe it's a money raising thing because if they can sell more boxes, then there'll be more money for the university. Perhaps maybe that's how it works. Uh, but it's good working as part of a team, and I don't know if you can hear me very well.
Mm.
What else? Yeah,
Sounds like you're. It sounds like you're in a stadium.
yeah. Well, I'm not in the stadium. Yeah, well, kind of. I'm on the property of the stadium on the west side, and that's going to last until the project goes. I think until July. It has to be handed back so that they can have football again in the fall.
Oh, oh. The so the so UCF is sort of lending out the stadium for another purpose.
They're not lending out the stadium. They're having the skyboxes expanded. So
Skyboxes. What is
yes,
that?
skyboxes are so there's the stadium with seats all around it in a bowl size, and then off to one side on the western side, there's a building that was 4 stories tall that had whatever it was there previously that was torn down to the bones of it, and then expanded both to the left and to the right. Or since this building that exists immediately adjacent and attached to, meaning you can walk from uh, the very top row of the seats of the bleacher seats of the stadium is the bottom of this building that's up on stilts, or that's on columns. Uh, uh, so that if you walk all the way up the stadium on the west side, then you come across what is known as the club level of this skybox, which has been expanded on both sides, the south and the north side. And then above that, there's Suite One for skyboxes, people who pay big money to be able to enjoy the stadium, to watch the football game live in person, but
Hmm.
with the pleasure of air conditioning in their private boxes. And then there's a Suite Two above that, a second story of that. So club is on the ground floor, and that goes up on the back, a couple stories at least. And then so it's 3, 4, 5. Yeah, two stories of suites on top of the club level, and then the sixth floor is the press area. So where all the announcers can assemble and do their filming and do their announcing of what's going on. And maybe there's some extra suites up there too. I'm not sure what the final plan is for all that.
Mm.
Yeah, and I'm working for a subcontractor that's doing all the HVAC, air conditioning
Wow.
to that. So I'm learning new things. I'm working on
New
teams,
thing.
and it's good
What
to
kind
use your whole body to work.
what
Because
kind of things do you learn?
yesterday I learned how to wear a safety harness because we were up on a ceiling, on a roof, not a ceiling, but on top of a roof. And I insisted to be able to strap in because we learned all the safety techniques.
OSHA?
Yeah, OSHA, the company has safety training, and then the company that's in charge of this project, they also had a safety orientation. So I did 2 safety orientations. And then yesterday, because we were up on a roof without railing for one side, because we were receiving things that were being front end loaded, lifted up like 15 feet to the because we were loading AC components onto the roof, which the people, some of my same coworkers, are there today, right now, working on. Um, yeah, there. In order to receive that, there was a section without railing, and I knew that we'd be in that section receiving the parts and for assembly. So I went ahead and grabbed the some safety harnesses, and I learned how to put on a safety harness, and I tied down to a couple of I-beams for the person I was doing the unloading with. I've learned how to communicate with a crane operator, because there's one guy who operates this crane that it's like a forklift, but it can go up 70, 80 feet, so it can deliver to the third through sixth story. Very
Wow.
expensive equipment because
How
of
do you how do you communicate with them? With hand
hand
signals?
signals. Exactly. So I
Oh
know how
no,
to do that now.
you can't use a smartphone.
Uh, well, I don't have the operator's number, and he has to. It's just more efficient to use hand signals because spends his time paying attention. Very skilled, these people who operate this equipment, because
Hmm?
you got to do it safely.
Wow.
They do. They do it very safely and very skilled. The just how coordinated and the amount of concentration that I've seen witnessed. It's really quite remarkable what human beings are capable of.
Yeah.
Yes.
And and everyone is certified or trained and
Yes.
or in
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
training.
Yeah. Well, we had to take uh, different people are trained in various skills, but we're all trained in safety. So
Oh,
the very first thing we show up for a safety orientation, we watch a hour video and then receive additional information. Then we test on it and go through over the test so that everyone's on the same page and has all the right answers to all these various questions. Every day we're given a joint safety agreement uh, that we can read about all the different risks involved and what to be aware of and what to look out for. And we sign that. And we initial it during lunch. And if there was any changes during lunch, we would initial that again, and then we sign it at the end of the day as well. They're very safety conscious. If you know safety, then there should be no accidents. Is the idea, and they do a very good job. And we do stretches in the morning too when we assemble at 6 a.m.
wow.
Yeah, all the construction workers they do these various stretches. It's-
Wow.
yeah.
and and as for HVAC, you have to
Uh-huh.
learn something about that too.
Yeah, yeah. I've learned a few things. Different some components. So there's a plumbing group, and then there's the air group, and so the AC operates on a principle of water that's chilled, and then air that's blown over the pipes of the chilled water pipes, and that's how the cold air is
Wow.
produced. And
That must be
so
monster equipment.
yeah, we were handling 3 diameter pipes yesterday, uh, taking them up for the big glass clubhouse on the western side. It's internally, it's the elevation's at least 2 stories tall, and those are fairly tall stories.
Oh,
It's neat, and they're men, mostly men, but there are several women who work it seems in each group, and they're all respected and treated with respect.
oh.
And it's very, very professional. Very People are very professional, courteous with each other. It's a good environment. May it stay that way.
Wow. Then you must be sore.
A little bit because I haven't used my whole body in this way for a long time, but it's good. It's good to have those muscles all worked. I've enjoyed using my whole body as opposed to just sitting at a desk. I've
Mm-hmm.
when I worked for a blueprinter, I noticed that certain days, if I was, let's say, if I was at the scanning end, where I was taking existing blueprints and moving the sheets into a industrial size scanner,
Wow.
uh, then I'd be using my whole body. If I did that all day, at the end of the day, I'd still be full of energy. But if I was across the room, taking CAD prints and turning them into plot files, and then having them come out of the industrial sized blueprinting printers, the digital printers. I was in the digital black and white group. Then from sitting, I would not have as much energy. So
Oh,
I'm enjoying the whole body
I
uh,
have to use my
aspect of
body more.
it. Yes,
The
yes,
whole body.
yeah.
Mhm.
Feels good. I'm taking it, giving myself 2 days off to recover from that, and then maybe I'll work 6 days next week if God willing enables. That way I can rack up overtime because I need to build up a nest egg since I'm starting over my life.
Mhm.
Life that God has given me and make good with it.
Wow, exciting.
Yes.
My sister is on vacation, so I got the whole house to myself, but I have to take care of Naya.
Oh wow.
And I'm
Have
going
you
to,
walked Naya yet?
I'm going to walk her. I put some food, but she hasn't touched it, and she didn't eat much yesterday. Maybe she's on some kind of fasting thing.
Perhaps. Yeah. Has she gotten much exercise?
And just the walking, maybe I should walk her twice today.
I don't know. Could
Yesterday I
be
didn't walk
because
her.
it's becoming warmer and it doesn't make sense to carry that much weight on your body. The warmer it gets, it's better to be thin in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Better to be have a little extra insulation on you in the winter. You know, dogs tend to be more in tune with nature, so they are more aligned with it. We get out of tune with nature, and our bodies suffer the consequences.
How did you meet Sunny?
Through another Zoom, a different meetup, I forget which one, several weeks or months ago, exchanged contact information through the private chat inside of Zoom, and then I had a little Zoom Thursday during my lunch period because I come home for lunch since I'm only living like 7 minutes away from the stadium or from UCF, and
Wow,
yeah, that's how I met him. Through-
you could walk to work.
That's, I'm sorry.
You could walk to work.
No, I could, but because I'm also driving another guy, and because there's a limited amount of time for lunch, I drive uh, back. If I weren't driving this guy, I'd probably walk to work and back, though.
Wow,
Yeah.
you
But
you have your car back and working.
yes, yes. That's how I
Mm.
met the guy. I was actually taking a bus to pick up my car since it had received its new younger motor.
Got a new motor.
Yep, yep.
Wow.
I've been running smooth.
Hmm.
Good.
Oh, I was looking this morning at a book that's got uh, Buddhist people from all over the world, and how and how and what they and what percentage of them have heard about the God and Jesus, and what percentage have become Christian. So so it's in alphabetical order the different people, and so you can look up Tamang, Tamang. That's a Birdash Lama's brother's last name, Tamang, and I guess he's the Tamang people. So there's a people called the Tamang. Maybe there's 2 or 3 different Tamangs in
Yes.
Nepal, and so it talked about the Tamang people. So there's a Tamang up north of Kathmandu, and maybe there's 2 Tamang groups east of Kathmandu. He says what? There's some Tamang people that live more up in the mountains, and there's Tamang people that live lower, and so the Tamang who live lower away from or lower elevations, they tend to be more Hindu, and or or maybe they mix both Hinduism and Buddhism, but the ones a lower area, they're more Hindu or more have Hindu deities, and up in the north they're more Buddhist.
Ah,
Yeah, maybe Bir Das Lama is of the Tamangs that live out up in the hills,
yes.
more Hindu like, more more Buddhist like.
Yes. And I think he's got a Christian influence too there, or at least there's been some, as the book indicates. So we're all sort of hybrids here.
Yeah, and then there's yeah, it covers all different people, and it tells you what languages they speak and everything. It talks about a little bit about their history. So that looks pretty thick, and it looks like it's got 1,000 different Buddhist groups all over the
What's the
Asia.
title? What's the title of the book?
It's pretty interesting. It's
That is.
it's, it's called. Where did I put? Where did I put it? Oh no. Oh, the Buddhist world. Peoples of the Buddhist world. A Christian prayer guide by Paul Hathaway. This is an invaluable resource for mission strategists, Bible translators, and prayer intercessors. As Steve Spalding explained this forward, it's all about passion, power, profiling peoples in this volume. The author has meticulously collected the available information on all the Buddhist people groups in the world. Readers will learn about the different forms of Buddhism, where and how these are practiced, and what special challenges they present for Christians who want to bring the good news of Jesus to Buddhists. 13 articles by specialists, missiologists are interspersed with people group profiles to highlight particular aspects of Buddhist life and belief. Wow.
What?
Yes, I was browsing through and I saw people in Mongolia and people in Thailand and people in China that have different languages, that live in remote parts, and they show a map of each people and where you would find them, and they would show you the overview, the other names, the populations, the languages that they might speak, the dialects, the percentage of professing Buddhists or practicing Buddhists, and percentage that Christian, and and if they seen the Jesus film and the gospel recordings, if they have Christian broadcasting in their area. Wow, it's amazing. And they got nice pictures of the people, or what they wear and things like that.
What year was it published?
Oh, let's see. Copyright 2004.
Wow.
It starts it goes in alphabetical order. So you have the Aitan people. Oh, they live in India. There's only 4,600 of them, and so they have their certain language, and 100% Buddhist are professing, but only 65% practice, and 0 Christian. Then you have the Amdo Brogpa. Maybe the Dalai Lama is from Amdo, and so their population is 583,700. And let's see, the other names might be the Brogpa, the Made, the Anduo. Populations of languages: Sino-Tibetan, Tibetan Burman, Bodic, Bodish, Tibetan, Northern Tibetan. Dialects 15. Professing Buddhists 99%. Practicing Buddhists 95%. Christian 0.1%. Oh, but they have the Tibetan Bible that was translated in 1948, and the New Testament that was translated in 1885. Gospel recordings are in Amdo. And they show a picture of their typical costumes. And it looks like, wow. And then the Amdo Rongba. And then there's the Amdo Rongmabroba. So they're different Amdos. And then that's in eastern Tibet and maybe parts of China. Or the Anku, the Bai, the Bonan, the Beda, the Champa, the Dariganga, the Ersu, the Han Chinese Mandarin. Oh, that's a big population, 838 million. That covers countries like China, Taiwan, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia. Oh, they got 75 million Christians in that group. The Han Chinese. Wow. The Han Chinese Ming Bei. That's a certain subcategory of Han. There's the Han Chinese Ming Dong, the Han Chinese Min Nan, the Han Chinese Pingua, the Han Chinese Pushan. Holy shit, there's so many Han Chinese. Han Thai. There's the Hu. There's the Japanese. Oh wow. There's the Kagate, the Kiam Yin Yang, the Kun, the Lao Neo, the Lao Nom. Oh my gosh. This book is incredible. It's got almost 450 pages. How many different peoples are there? I don't know. There's each people covers like 3 or 4 pages each. There must be over 100 different people. No more. Yeah. It's amazing. All the way to the Yugur Sarak, the Yong, the Tu, the Tinan. Why are there so many different peoples with their own languages, or dialects at least? How can they get along? The Tamang. There's several different Tamangs that their Dalai Lama belongs to. There's the Tamang Western, the Tamang Southwestern, the Tamang Northwestern, the Tamang Eastern Gorkha, the Tamang Eastern. Yeah. Then they have sometimes they have interesting stories. Peoples of the Buddhist world. Amazing. I just have treasuries that I don't know about yet. in my library. Now that my sister is on vacation, I'm going to go up the attic and look for more treasures. They got another several hundred books up there, stashed away. Oh, I hear some snoring. That's good. Have have that effect on people. That's good. He needs it. He needs rest. Maybe I can have some breakfast. Maybe I should walk Naya. Maybe I'll hang around in case Dear Das Lama joins. I'm going to take Naya out for a walk, but I should drink some water first. Drink some water. Before taking Naya out for a walk. There's Naya waiting patiently for me. She said, "Oh, Naya ate her food. Very good, right? Good with food, son." Mm. Do that. Ah. Now I'm going to take Naya out for a walk, and that will be my exercise for the day. Now maybe I should do some. Maybe I should go to the gym. Okay. I put I parked my sister's car at an angle to give me more room to go up the attic. Mm. See, there's the attic up there. Then I can go up the attic. But don't tell my sister that I've been up the attic. She doesn't know I got books up in the attic. Let's see. Nice day. see. I will. Uh-oh. Make sure. Oh. Let's see. I'm going to join. Send to Zoom. Join. Right here. Oh, we have a friend who's joining us. Let me let him in. Oh, it's it's who is it? It's it's me. I've joined. Oh, better turn the mic off. There we go. There's two me's. How can that be? Is one the clone of the other? No, it can't be. I'm going to have to. Oh, I know. I'm going to make the other me. I'm going to make the other me a host. Can I do that? Let's see if I can. Make co-host. How's that? Mm-hmm. There's some echo. Looking at each other. Ah, let's see. Maybe I could share the screen. Let's see. How do I share screen? Here. There we go. Okay, I'm sharing this screen. Now, I'm going to open up a book. Try this. So let's read this. Uh, so, so, we should lower the volume on this one. Here, how's that? Let's see, I'm going to read this. Some notes that I cobbled together. Hopefully I put from what sources. Let's see what it says. Haven't looked at it in a long time, so let's see what I put here. Copy pasted information from here and there. See what it says. So Indian scholars had pointed out that there was no reference in the Veda of a migration from outside of India. That all the geographical features mentioned in the Rig Veda were those of northwestern India. And that there was no archaeological evidence whatsoever for the Aryan invasion theory. On the other hand, there were references to constellations in Vedic works whose time frame could be reestablished by commonly accepted astronomical calculations. The dates arrived at, however, 4,500 BCE, that should be, for one observation in the Rig Veda, 3,200 BCE for the date of the Sapata Brahmana. Oh, that must be a text of the one of the Vedas, maybe. Seemed far too remote to be acceptable, especially as many 19th century scholars did, that the world was only 6,000 years old and the flood had taken place 4,500 years ago. What? Oh, okay. So, so debunking the Aryan invasion theory. So many contemporary Indian scholars, admittedly motivated not only by academic interests, vehemently reject what they call the colonial missionary Aryan invasion theory. The colonial missionary Aryan invasion theory. They accuse its originators of superimposing, for a reason, the purpose and process of the colonial conquest of India by the Western powers in modern times onto the beginnings of Indian civilization. As the Europeans came to India as bearers of a supposedly superior civilization and a high religion, Oh no. My phone, I can't read my phone because the battery is low. So I will switch over to this phone. Oh, you know what?
Okay.
I will just put that phone in my pocket and get the other phone. It's in my pocket also.
What's Naya concerned about?
Oh, oh, I hear something. I heard Rami say something.
Yeah, I heard Naya whine a little bit. What is she concerned about?
Oh, you hear Naya? She's concerned about something? Whining? Oh,
She stopped, so I guess whatever it was is
oh.
past.
I wasn't paying attention to her.
I can barely hear you now. You'll have to go on the
See, oh, what happened?
I don't know, but you may want to switch over to your other phone and mute this one since the battery will go in it shortly. I have
Oh,
I have our standard question because I'm gonna step out of the Zoom in order to host another Zoom for some people I met last weekend at Startup Weekend Orlando 2026. And the standard question that we often ask ourselves at the end of the week, and I'm sure we still have learning after this because when all is said and done, more is said and done. But thus far this morning, what have we learned today?
mm, what have we learned today? Hmm, it's a big world out there. Hmm,
I, yes,
hmm, and there's many people,
yes,
and there's many languages,
yes,
and and is it a blessing to have one major language that is being spoken for commerce like English? Mhm,
yes.
interesting. And I learned that Rami's got a gig that, that is very interesting, and he's learning a lot. And it's a new beginning, a new day, new
Yes,
adventures,
yes,
meeting new people.
yes.
Mhm. Wow,
Look
happy
forward
for
to seeing
Rami.
sunny somewhere in the future weeks, God willing.
And
Oh,
it's good to have Rami in the Orlando area. Oh,
yes, yeah,
oh. Um,
yeah. Out of Taylor County, back into Orange.
back in the orange again. Full circle. Hmm. And many challenges ahead, many opportunities.
Yes, yes.
Amazing how you were able to bounce back and get back in a saddle. A different kind of saddle.
That's been a blessing because I get to help take care of my mother. My brother and I are working together, and that's good. Try to make her closing
Taking
days
care of the
as well
mother.
as we can.
Taking care of the mother. Wow. Hmm. Hmm.
All right, I'm gonna hop out. We will catch you later, Hyro. Looking
Mm.
forward to that time
Oh,
too.
it's gonna be a wonderful day today.
Bye.
So awesome. Have a good day, Benny.
You too.
Thank
You too,
you.
Hyro.
Thank you for
Too.
Tommy. Tommy. Great Tommy. Woo. What if the earth inside very hot, molten rock at incredibly high temperature? Why? Why is that? What keeps it together? So I know about the laws. There's a formula. Yeah, formula. Statistical laws. The principle. Gravity and mass, acceleration, velocity, the laws of motion. So we can calculate the knowing relationship. We have determined the physical constant. If we use the formula correctly, we can get estimates as to how heavy or how much mass, how much mass the Earth has. And but I'm thinking there was assumptions made in determining the mass of the Earth.
we're assuming that the Earth is solid rock. What if it's a hollow Earth? Then the mass would be less. What would happen when the mass is less? Then there would be less gravitational force between the Earth and the Moon. Then what if the Moon is also hollow? Oh, here's another possibility. What if the Moon also molten lava inside in its core? Oh, here's another question. In the Earth, what about the core? Is it magnetic? What is big magnet? Well, it doesn't have to be a magnet because attracted to it. But working on it, right? Oh, so I have an idea. What if the reason why there's no atmosphere in the moon is because the moon doesn't have the core that's very hot. And sometimes pop out. It's like in volcanoes or earthquakes, some of the gases come out. Perhaps those gases feed the atmosphere filled up. Perhaps we're losing atmosphere. Like the farthest layer from the surface of the Earth, the atmosphere might be being lost. It might be getting peeled off. Well, there was an idea. There's a hypothesis that the Earth is hollow, and then there's some people walking inside the hollow surface. This people that live inside the Earth, where it's very hot, are the hell realm people. They get born there and they they're there. So they would just drill a hole and help them escape, rescue the hell beings. I don't usually do that. Yes, let's do that. Instead of spending money on trying to get to the moon, we should spend money on trying to go to the center of the Earth. I guess there has been science fiction stories about that, going to the center of the Earth, actually. Now, what is all science fiction stories? Not merely an imagination, their creation points us to what we need to do. So yes, maybe Star Wars, Star Trek, kind of whatever different series that have been created on and shown on TV. They point to going or in settings where the Satan didn't or like characters on a spaceship. And every now and then landing on a planet and having an adventure. But what if? Those things can be proved mathematically. That can't be. Earth is solid all the way. That would be a good question for AI. You've already determined. Well, what I can do is screen. This. More. Share. Screen. How does it do that? Oh, I was talking muted. Well, maybe you couldn't hear me because my phone that was unmuted was in my pocket. I was saying, uh, I was going to try to share the screen and use it to look something up. Hmm. Only share camera. Hmm. Website URL. Zoom documents. And when I select screen, why does it show this? I could go to Google. What about Gemini AI? What if I go Google?
Hmm. But if I go like this, oh, I fixed it. No, I think I fixed it. Ah, I fixed it. Okay, so now I can share. So I can go to my favorite AI. Hmm, brainstorm with Gemini AI. Okay, will this work? Hello, are you working? Tap screen. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, so maybe it doesn't work because I'm in Zoom right now. Let's see. I'm going to, oh, I'm going to ask Gemini AI a question. Okay, I can't use the microphone. Okay, I'm going to ask Gemini AI. Um, how how is this the concept of a hollow earth is one of those enduring ideas that has shifted from serious scientific speculation in the 17th century to a staple of science fiction and conspiracy theories today. To understand why it was once considered plausible and how we know now it isn't, we have to look at the physics of how planets form and function. Okay, so how could a hollow Earth exist? Hypothesis. Historically, the most scientific version of this theory came from Edmund Halley, the same astronomer who predicted the famous comet in 1692. Wow, that's a long time ago. 1692. But it's not as long ago as 1492. So there's the shell model. So Halley proposed that the Earth consisted of a hollow shell about 800 kilometers thick with two inner concentric shells and a central core. The reasoning. He suggested this to explain anomalous compass readings. He believed each shell had its own magnetic pole and rotated at different speeds. Wow, the internal sun. Later versions of the theory popularized in fiction like Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth proposed a miniature sun at the center to provide light and heat for internal civilizations. Hmm. Okay. Uh-huh. I've got a new theory. So, why are there earthquakes? So, they need to get rid of the excess fuel in the center of the Earth. Okay, how is the hypothesis disproved? So, modern geology and physics provide several smoking guns that make a hollow planet physically impossible. It's impossible. Hmm. So here's the smoking guns. A, B, C, G. Okay. Hmm. Oh, I like this picture. So I see. Hmm. There's the epicenter. Seismic. Seismic waves travel through any kind of material. Secondary waves only move through solids. No, primary waves can travel through any kind of material, but secondary waves only move through solids. Mhm. Okay. So, okay, so there's like an earthquake, and there's the epicenter, and that circle is the surface, the the maximum size of those concentric circles, or the circle encircling all the circles. That would be the surface of the Earth, perhaps, or is that could be the atmosphere, perhaps? Oh, there's surface waves going on. Okay, when there's an epicenter, you will have surface waves, and then you have waves traveling into the Earth, and some of the waves go through the liquid outer core, solid inner core, mantle. Hmm. Earthquake. Hmm. Liquid outer core. It looks like when the liquid outer core bends the waves, or at least the direction of where they're going, a bit. And when it hits the solid inner core, they get bent even more. And so they're showing how when it comes out of when a wave comes out of the surface of the inner core, if it's at an angle, it'll take certain angle. It will come out at certain angles, and they even can crisscross. So there's a shadow zone where the waves don't go through. Mm, wow, very interesting. Hmm, that's in seismology. Seismic waves. The most direct X ray of our planet comes from earthquakes. When an earthquake occurs, seismic waves travel through the Earth and are recorded by sensors on the other side. P waves and S waves. Different waves behave differently. So the S waves are these secondary waves. They cannot travel through liquids, and no seismic waves can travel through a vacuum. Hmm. So we can consistently record waves traveling straight through the center of the planet. The way these waves refract bend tells us exactly where the layers transition from solid to mantle, and liquid and solid inner core, as we saw in the picture. So the Earth were hollow, there would be a seismic shadow where no waves could pass through the center. Mm. Some hollow Earth opponents argue that the Earth's rotation flung all the matter to the outside like a centrifuge. The reality, while the Earth does bulge slightly at the equator due to rotation, the force of gravity is vastly stronger than the centrifugal force. Gravity wins the tug of war, keeping the planet a solid, compressed sphere. We know the Earth has a magnetic field. This field is generated by the dynamo effect, the movement of molten iron in the liquid outer core. A hollow shell would not have the necessary mass or fluid dynamics to generate a stable planetary scale magnetic field. That's the C B. Mhm. Gravity in mass. Gravity pulls matter towards the center of the mass. For a planet-sized object, gravity is so intense that it would crush a hollow shell inward. Based on the Earth's orbital mechanics and its gravitational pull on the moon, we can calculate the Earth's total mass. The contradiction. If the Earth were hollow, its average density would be incredibly low. If the Earth were hollow, incredibly low. However, we know the Earth's average density is about 5.51 grams per centimeter cubed. Since surface rocks are much less dense than that, the interior must be more dense. Metal, not empty space. How do we know the density of the Earth? Hmm. No, no, no. Where is mine? I don't know. Let's go home. Hmm. No, let's go this way. Hmm. 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 Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. So how do we know that the Earth's average density is about uh, and how was that calculated? What laws, uh, principles, physics are being used to arrive at that figure? Thinking. Hmm. Hmm. Investigating Earth's density. Answer. Calculating the Earth. The calculation of the Earth's average density is one of the great triumphs of classical physics. It essentially required weighing the entire planet, a feat first accomplished by Henry Cavendish in 1798. Wow, that was a long time ago, but not as long ago as 1692 or 1492. Hmm. But maybe longer ago than Madame Blavatsky. Was she a proponent of the hollow earth? Hmm. I don't know. But there was Matsuine Rampo was the proponent of that. To arrive at this figure, scientists used a combination of geometry, Newtonian physics, and experimental data. So we need to pull up the fundamental formula. The average density at rho calculated using the basic definition of density. Rho is mass divided by volume. Remember that, Maya. Going to be in the quiz. Rho is mass divided by volume. So if you put uh, more mass, or squeeze more mass into the volume, you'll have a higher density. So to find rho, we need two values, the Earth's volume and its mass. How the hell do we figure out the Earth's volume? Okay, since the Earth is nearly a sphere, let's assume that it is a sphere. So that way we can cheat and use a geometric formula for the volume of a sphere. The volume of a sphere is 4/3 times pi times r cubed. The law. Geometry over trigonometry. So the Earth's radius. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm. Now, and here's how you weigh the mass of the Earth. You use Newton's law of universal gravitation. F as in force is equal to the gravitational constant times the mass of one object times the mass of the other object. So one of those is going to be Earth. But then how do you know the mass? Oh, this is to find out the mass. Divided by the radius squared. Hmm. So back up here, we found the radius. Let's plug that number in. So what is the unknown? Oh, we went. Hmm. So hmm, what is 4? Oh. Newton's second law. Force equals mass times, what is G? Is that the acceleration? Must be. Oh, but in this case, the acceleration is the gravitational force. Mhm. Okay, so we replace F, the force, with mg, and that capital M is the mass of the Earth. So we solve for the mass of the Earth, and we get The acceleration due to gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared. R, we already know. G, the constant, that's the missing link. So we need to find the big G, gravitational constant. Well, how was that done? So in 1798, Henry Cavendish used the torsion balance, a wire with horizontal rod and small lead balls, to measure the incredibly weak gravitational attraction between a small lead sphere in a laboratory. By measuring how much the wire twisted, he could calculate the force of gravity between known masses. The breakthrough. Once he knew the force between the two small weights, he could calculate G. With G in hand, he could finally solve the equation for the mass of the Earth. The result, Cavendish determined the Earth's mass to be about 5.97 times 10 to the 24 kilograms. Then he could find the density. Mass over volume, and he got 5.514 kilograms per meter squared. Now you could express it in centimeters squared. I mean, grams per centimeters. I mean, grams per centimeter cubed. Oh, someone knocking at the door? Two participants. Oh. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. 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 Working home. Mhm. Mm. Oh, I was looking at the how the density of the Earth could be calculated mathematically and using the laws of physics. So it looks like it uses three or four formulas. You have to know what density is. So density is how much mass we can put in certain volume. Then, so what does that mean for the Earth? So you would need to know the mass of the Earth and the volume. It looks like John Cavendish figured it all out in 1790 something. Maybe that was after Isaac Newton, so he knew about the laws of motion of heavenly bodies. I think he figured out. Did he figure out gravitational constant? 9.8 meters per second squared. Uh, it was already figured out the circumference of the Earth by looking at the shadow of a tall object. Mm-hmm. A shadow. How would you figure that out? First, knowing the shadow. Wait a minute. I have to ask that. I have to go share screen again. Let me go back to Germany. So we looked at this. So yeah, how is the density, the average density of the Earth? I could say the word average. In some places, the density might be less. In some places, it might be more. Maybe in the center of the Earth, it's more. Mhm. Wait a minute, I have an idea. Could not. No, we already saw that it's highly improbable that there is a hollow Earth. I was just thinking that maybe at the core, the density is so high, the core, that it would make up for regions of the Earth where it could be allowed to be hollow. Mhm. So you could have a sun in the middle of the Earth, and then space reaching to the inside like a tennis ball. Mhm. No, but mm, hollow as a flat tennis ball, maybe. Mm. And I'm just playing around with ideas, but so I thought it was interesting to ask, how do we know that the Earth's average density is about 5.51? Oh, text 5.51. Oh, 5.5 grams per centimeter cubed. How was that calculated? What laws and principles of physics and mathematics are being used to arrive at that figure? Hmm. The calculation of the Earth's average density, 5.51 grams per centimeter cubed, is one of the great triumphs of classical physics. It essentially required weighing the entire planet, a feat first accomplished by Henry Cavendish in 1798. Hmm. To arrive at this figure, the scientists used a combination of geometry, Newtonian physics, and experimental data. So, Henry Cavendish was able to weigh the entire planet. He didn't come up with the density because maybe he did not know the average or the volume, or maybe he could have. Let's see. Why didn't he? Why didn't Cavendish know the volume? So he was able to weigh the planet, but in other words, get the mass. But why wasn't he able to get the volume? So the radius of the Earth was known fairly accurately long before its mass. Hmm. So the radius can be calculated as far back as Eratosthenes. He figured out a number close to that, whatever measurements he used. Maybe he didn't have meters back then. So the volume. Hmm. Gee. Yeah. Why uh, didn't didn't Cavendish? Approximation? Hello. Oh, 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 wow. Mm, oh, oh, Interesting. But then how could he? Hmm. But then, but then, and, mm, 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 wow. Mm, 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 now here's my, mm, mm, Mm. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Mm. What? Mm. This book is a culmination of 30 years of study. Damn. Ajit Banerjee. Mm. Hmm. Okay. I start the inquiry. Okay, so let's look at the later Aryans and the early Aryans. And the early Aryans. So let's think about who the different Aryans might be chronologically. According to the scaffolding I erected, within which I will inquire into the history of the three treatises, the Rig Veda, the Atharva Veda, and the Avesta. Now, let's say already within the Rig Veda era, there had come to India three waves of Indo Aryans. I named them the early, and the later. Within regards to the early Aryans, I would constantly talk about subgroups, mhm, branch lines, and divisions. In regard to the later Aryans, I will constantly talk about their waves and the divisions of the first wave of the later Aryans. In rare cases, I will also talk about the early Aryans. I also I think came from India, came to India, the early Aryans. And in my theory, they came the earliest to India, after which the early Aryans came, and the last of all, the later Aryans came. So, so she has this theory that there were early Aryans that came to India, and then there were later Aryans. They're called the early Aryans, and the last are called the later Aryans. So there were three waves of Aryans coming into India. But where did they come from? From Iran or from the steppe? There was a time when I defined the early Aryans as the Indo-Aryans who came to India before the later Aryans came to India. And the later Aryans are those Indo-Aryans who came to India after the early Aryans came to India. So there was the Indo-Aryans. Hmm. So she's saying she doesn't like the word Indo-Aryan. She will call them, maybe she's calling the Indo-Aryans the, hmm. So she's saying that the early Aryans, no, she says that the later Aryans were what we know as the Indo-Aryans that came to India about 2000 BC. And Aryans, the early Aryans were Indo-Aryans who came to India probably around 4300 BC. No. Mhm. So readers, can see that I add absolute dates here. I'll explain later from where I got my absolute dates. In my theory, the early Aryans were also Indo-Aryans who came to India the earliest, and they probably came to India about 7000 BC. So readers can see that I start with dates, not only with dates, but also with absolute dates. Readers ought to be appraised that I got my absolute dates from anthropologist Gregory L. Paschal, who, among others, mentioned a few people, names for them, and appropriated dates he mentioned. So my theory is the early Aryans, and later Aryans came to India 7,000, 4,300, and 2,000 BC, respectively. Otherwise, I had started the inquiry with events and battles. Battles, of course, are also events, but they are events of a special kind. The Rig Veda and the Avesta mentioned. So readers see at the beginning I studied not only with the Rig Veda but also with the Avesta. Initially, I started also with the Atharva Veda Samhita. Found out that the Atharva Veda Samhita mentions some events and battles which the Rig Veda, the Avesta mentioned. Um, hmm. From the way the text, the Rig Veda, the Atharva Veda Samhita, and the Avesta mention the events and the battle. I made a list of relative dates when which event could have taken place. Hmm. 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 Oh boy. Hmm. Hey. Hmm. Hmm. mm, 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 mm. So, I'm, I'm studying up on ancient Indian history. Mm. So they're in well, people found in Europe and in India and in all of Asia, even in the Americas. They supposedly could have come originally from Africa. So it's all out of Africa. So, so anthropologists and archaeologists and linguists and experts with DNA, as a geneticist, they're trying to figure out how it all happened. And so you have Aryan invasion theory. Mhm. Well, you could ask Gemini AI. Well, mhm. Oh, maybe I could look. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, I could go here. Maybe I could find it. Text? Is it text or notepad? Note something. Mm, what's this? Hmm, maybe I've used this before. Shopping. Let's see. Now I could go here and look for an app. No, a particular one that I've been using. Uh, let's see if it's an editor's choice. What's this one? Mhm. Maybe I could bring up my notes. Hmm. See if I can sign in. Hmm. 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 No, no, I got it. Hmm. So, when did my adventure begin? Well, maybe before 2026, February. But in around February, I started a group and I made the group consisting of Justin Shinryu Williams and Rami Tainer and, and Benjamin was Griffith. Yes, but I didn't. This is not how it went. It was in Messenger, but I copied the messages and put date when it happened. So when I asked Rami, I want to know how old is the Mahabharata, and but that's not it. So it is. It is by consensus assumed that the Mahabharata was at least composed the way we have it now by the 3rd century BCE to 3rd century CE, it seems. Look at Wikipedia, then follow up on the references to the source works. And if necessary, the references and sources. Basic research method. As for how to know, generally with that kind of things, there are various ways, including limits of earliest textual and architectural records. When the text or stories first appeared quoted in other sources. It's a bit of a giveaway if you have the many ancient dated sources and none of them even mention the gods named in the new, supposedly ancient text. Geography and historical figures mentioned in the text in question. If you know when the city mentioned was founded or when the king lived, then the text can't be from before that time. Linguistic analysis can indicate time and place in some way, and so on. Also, which text the text itself references. If it mentions texts you know are later, then it can't be earlier than them. This is complicated by the text evolving over time, but you'll confuse yourself thinking about that if you don't get to grips first with the above. Also, I'm not sure what out of India means, but if it's the far right Hindutva bullshit, then that easily disproven by linguistic evolution analysis and mitochondrial DNA analysis and so on. Other things too, but those are likely the most easy to grasp quickly. Then I say, yes, we have to consider the DNA analysis. Does that disprove out of India? Does Hindu the association or bias disqualify? Or is the used against new findings? Yes, it takes time to overcome the old theories that developed with Max Muller and other great scholars and translators. It took time to overcome the previous theories before full acceptance of what the Rosetta Stone provided. Thank you, Justin, for chiming in. Okay. There is an interesting issue going on right now in Egypt. To just in 3rd century BC. BS detectors can be gained just as social media, such as Wikipedia, can be manipulated. Then Benjamin Forbes Griffin chimes in. As with most ancient oral tradition, epics subsequently recorded, linguistic analysis plays a key role in dating the Mahabharata by examining the evolution of Sanskrit within its text. The earliest layers of the Mahabharata are believed to have been composed between 1500 BCE and 1000 BCE using Vedic Sanskrit, which predates classical Sanskrit. This linguistic evidence suggests the core narrative reflects mythical memories of events from centuries earlier. Scholars have used diachronic linguistic features, subtle changes in grammar, vocabulary, and syntax over time to estimate the composition dates of different sections. A 2021 study applied machine learning and neural networks to classify the temporal placement of text, providing additional empirical support for dating classical Sanskrit works like the Mahabharata based on linguistic variation. The oldest core of the epic, known as the Jaya, around 8,000 to 8,800 verses, likely emerged by the 8th to 7th century BCE. Later expanded into the Bharata, 24,000 verses by the 4th century BCE, as noted in Panini's grammar. The full Mahabharata, with over 100,000 verses, was likely finalized by the Gupta period, circa 200 to 500 CE, supported by manuscript evidence and linguistic consistency. The Bhagavad Gita, a key section, is linguistically dated to no later than 400 BCE, and commentaries by scholars like Shankaracharya, 8th century BCE, confirm a stable version existed by then. This indicates that the text had a long oral written transmission history, with redactions continuing over centuries and certainly including some interpolations. Anyone with estimates wildly divergent from evidence-based linguistics or college estimates likely has an agenda for believing that which is dogmatic, religious, or otherwise similar to creationists, in many cases having counterfactual beliefs about the dating of precursors, influences, or inspirations of some scripture. Those dates are earlier than what I've heard, says Justin. Here's a quote from the Wikipedia, for example, on the Gita. The text generally dated to the 2nd century, though later. I see most people saying that yes, we have yes DNA in these cases. This proves Hindu extremists, nationalists, and their idiotic propaganda about Hinduism having originated in India, our human language having originated in India, the Hindus being the original people of India, as opposed to immigrant Muslims, etc. They have to deny science to maintain their propaganda. They also use their propaganda for hate and control. Sanskrit derives from Proto-Indo-Aryan. The Vedic religion also derives from religion of those prior people, as does Zoroastrianism from Indo-Aryan. The Vedic religion also derives from religion of those prior people, as does Zoroastrianism. It came into India from the north, hence whiter skin in North India even today, and whiter skin the higher up the caste varna system you go. In the Buddha's time, they had not even fully taken over the country. Hence why in the Shakya clan, Kshatriya was the highest varna, not Brahmin. Maybe that's also why there were so many Shramana movements around there too. I personally wonder if the Shramana movements might have roots in the hunter-gatherers inhabiting India prior to the Aryan migration. Wow. Very interesting to read about this. Having different views. Or so this Kindle book, this book that I have in Kindle is called uh, is titled ooh, is titled Indus Valley Heritage, a study of the Rig Veda, the Zend-Avesta, word by word, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and other relevant texts by Krishna Banerjee. Uh-huh. And I was reading it earlier. Esther. Hmm. How do I move? I can't get out of this. I only got out of it that way. If I will open it, now I can go. So, Harappan ancestry. Hmm. Uh, so, why is this important? Well, what I understand by the word Harappa, the Harappan are people that lived in northwest India, maybe not too far north, but one of the rivers was the Saraswati. And it disappeared. It dried out, or it moved different positions, and eventually people had to move out of that area. Well, that was one of the rivers that it depended on. There's also the Indus River. So they call it the Indus Valley Civilization. Maybe they should call it the Indus Saraswati Valley Civilization to emphasize that it also included the Saraswati. Mm. So thousands of years ago, there was a civilization there. It was probably one of the most populated civilizations on Earth. In an area even bigger than, I don't know, a good chunk of India. Let's say mhm, where Pakistan is, and east of Pakistan. Mhm. It was rich. Uh, Actually, there's supposed to be a desert between the rivers there and going further east. Anyway, I have to study that area. But if I understand correctly, they they found evidence of a very ancient civilization. They left cities with good what is it? Good. I don't know if you could call it plumbing, good irrigation, good aqueducts. Maybe they did have plumbing to get the waste out of the houses. It was pretty sophisticated. It was more sophisticated than what they would have in ancient Rome. So they had, you could take a bath. So these people were into taking baths. So maybe the same people that take baths in the Ganges are those people. Hmm. but cleanliness is next to godliness, so they were into that. But so so when I looked at the contents, I decided to go to later Aryans, and I read that she posits that there was not merely or not just an invasion or even a migration of Indo-Aryans from the steppes one time, but there were three waves. So the first wave that we're more familiar with is the later Aryans, but before that there was another wave before that called the early Aryans, and then before that there was the early Aryans. Mm. And she gives dates. She figured out dates for them. He says that the later Aryans were the famous Indo-Aryans who came in and supposedly conquered and converted everyone to Hinduism. That Hinduism did not come from India, came out from outside of India. They conquered and they made them all speak Sanskrit. That Sanskrit, Vedic Sanskrit, came from outside India. And so they came in around 2000 BCE and BCE, yeah, and taught everyone to speak Sanskrit or something older than that, maybe Vedic Sanskrit. By then. But she she claims that there were other times earlier than that where Indo-Aryans came to India besides this 2000 BC. So there was a wave before that, around 4300 BCE. Those she calls the early Aryans. They were also Indo-Aryans. And then, even before that, there came an even earlier set of people, 7000 BCE. She calls them they were probably also Indo-Aryans. And she calls them the early Aryans. Woo! How did she figure that up? Well, uh-huh. She she reads the Vedas and has to come up with that. And then let me ask. Oh, let me just can I copy? Can I copy all this? Let's see if we can. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, what's the name of this book? Indus Valley Heritage. Hmm. What's there? Hmm. Krishna Banerjee by Krishna. And hypothesis. Get this. I should do that. I can't get it. Hmm. Okay, so I'm going to go over to. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, but I could go on for forever, but you get the point. Mm-hmm. Maybe I should copy that. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh. So I'd have to study I have to study the Rig Veda and the Vandavesta, the Atharva Veda. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yajne, Yajnadevam Bharat Rao is an expert working on the decipherment of the Indus script, crucial topic in the Aryan invasion migration debate. The discussion ties to the origins of Hinduism, Sanskrit, and Indian history. His interest in cryptography stemmed from solving cryptograms during his student days. This hobby involved in solving the Indus Harappan script problem by applying cryptographic techniques. He, appro- he approached the Indus script problem by modeling it as a cryptographic challenge using regular expressions to identify patterns in the script. He used principles of information theory, specifically Shannon's work on cryptography, which provided a mathematical foundation for understanding how ciphers can be broken and how long text can lead to unique decipherments, establish mathematical proofs, and ensure reproducibility. Data was modeled as a cryptogram using regular expressions to identify patterns and reduce ambiguity in symbol interpretations. The process for deciphering the script included accumulating data from various inscriptions and using dictionaries to match patterns. This and systematic coding enabled iterative improvements to the decipherment process. The script was found to represent grammatically correct Sanskrit, contradicting theories that Sanskrit and Hinduism were foreign to India. This discovery was surprising and led him to conclude that the Indus Valley civilization had a continuous cultural lineage with modern Hinduism. Criticisms from experts were used to refine the approach and validate results. The deciphered text indicated prayers, requests, occasions often addressed to deities like Rudra and Shakra, Indra. The inscriptions showed continuity between the Indus Valley civilization in later Indian cultures, particularly the Gupta period. There's no evidence of cultural break between the Indus Valley civilization and later Indian cultures. He points out similarities in iconography and religious practice. Symbols and iconography found on the seals align with Vedic traditions and Indian mythology, suggesting a consistent cultural thread. Yajnadevam's research and discoveries established that Sanskrit has been present in India for thousands of years, contradicting claims that it was introduced later by invaders. It existed in India in 3000 BCE, probably much later. The Indus Valley Harappan Sarasvati civilization is not a lost civilization. It never disappeared. It continued into later periods, influencing Indian history and culture. Modern Indian culture is a continuation of Indus Harappan culture. Cultural symbols such as Black Book iconography have continued throughout Indian history. Yadnath plans to refine his findings and publish his findings in a more accessible format for both scholars and the general public. His aims to create a comprehensive glossary, possibly write a book detailing his discoveries. I wonder if I can share this. No link. Let's see. I'm gonna share it to another one of my phones. Yeah, Higher Notes. Maybe that's a good one to share it to. Yeah, works. Oh, hmm. The whole account. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, so what have we learned so far? Well, I walked Naya all over the place. No, maybe I could. Mm. Hmm. 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 Okay. Pero está bueno. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. 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 Okay, so I hope somebody enjoyed this. There's a lot going on here by myself. I was studying some things, taking notes, organizing my notes to come up with a presentation on it. Mm. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your week, friends. Whoever was watching this.